And we are live. Today is a very special day, because today is my first anniversary of becoming a streamer. That's right, this extended speech therapy session that I pretend is a Let's Play channel has been going for an entire year now. And I thought, for nostalgia's sake, why not play some Barber is You, because it was the first game I ever played on this channel, if you ignore the 3 test streams I did beforehand, and also the fact that the Barber is You stream started with 40 minutes of Peglin gameplay that I had to cut from the VOD because my voice wasn't being recorded, but that's not canon. I'll have that scrubbed from the wiki. So, that is a bingo card from World End Club. Sorry, wrong button. Let's jump in. It's quite hot today, so I don't know how long this stream will go, but let's see. So I haven't made a lot of progress in terms of quantity, but certainly in terms of quality, because I finally figured out how to get a barber on this screen, which means we... let's think. Where is it? Water, sync, focus, push. That's right. We can get rid of this water. And go to the next area, where we need to create a skull somehow, because that's the only use statement we have here. But I don't know how yet, and I don't think we're going to jump into that one right away. Because I want to try my hand at some levels I still haven't done. Where the hell? Where's my cursor? Oh right, it's up there. Get down here. So let's see, we've got unsolved levels in the Chasm, in Rocket Trip, Flower Garden, and the Volcanic Cavern. Maybe let's go to the Chasm first. Ooh, Floodgates. I think I remember that one. Let's see. Right. Now, technically, I have seen other people play this stage. So technically, I have seen the solution, I just don't remember it. So we're gonna have to figure this out on our own. Skull and lava is melt, skull is lava, lava is text, lava is more and defeat. What is push, Barber is You, star sort and not win. And we have a win up there. Right, so the trick with this one was... we somehow have to... Right, we have to turn one of the hearts into text, so one of the laughs into text. We do that by melting it with stars. But then we also but because the stars will also melt the skulls, which will produce lava, which will defeat us, we have to somehow get a chain reaction going that we can stop in just the right way, that we destroy one of the hearts without cutting off our path to everywhere we need to go. Because if we just do stars more here, it's just going to spread lava everywhere, and then we can't do anything. And breaking the stars more statement also doesn't do anything, because the lava itself is also more. So as soon as we have any lava on the field, it's just a matter of time until we are doomed, and we can't move the lava itself. Now, objects that are more don't spread to occupied squares. If we, for example, put the stars more here, or rather occupied by tiles that stop. So, as you can see here, the tiles with the text on them don't get any lava or stars. And the only tiles we have to use that we can push around are those 3 text tiles and these 3 pieces of wall. So somehow we have to make the stars spread to the heart without destroying a skull. Would be my guess. Let's just try some things out. And I should also position myself in such a way that I can break the statement if need arises. Okay, no, that's not. We need to stop it from spreading up there, because that's the shortest way through the skulls. But as you can already see, now it's going to arrive once again at the skulls before getting to the heart. Now, one thing we can do is break the stars more statement again and shuffle around our tiles so we can... Oh, not what I wanted. So we can direct them somewhere else like that. I'm not quite sure. Like, we can't leave a gap there because that's going to cause problems. I feel like we'll need to spread these stars one step at a time. I should probably just restart. I think I might already have the plan. If we put them like that, then we can create a star downwards without any of them spreading in the other directions. Let's think. If we... We don't need to block the stars permanently, just long enough that they can reach the heart. Just in theory. Okay. Now these are going to take 1, 2, 3, 4 steps heart. And these just need 3, so we have to block down there somehow. Okay. we really need to put a wall there so the stars don't touch those immediately. Just a bit. Right about the right side. Okay. So far, so good. And I think we have it, because if you put a wall there, then the stars can spread to the heart and without being able to touch a skull in one step. So now we have the love keyword. And can win. Oh, that was easy. And unless there's a bonus level after this, we'll probably be done with this area. Lonely Side. Wall is stop. Flag on ice is win. Rock has ice. Rock on love is weak. Barber's you. We've got a bunch of building blocks. So we need both a flag and a ice. And it seems like the way we can get ice, the only way we can get ice is by breaking a rock, which means you also need a lava. Okay, so we need to make lava somehow. And the only object we actually have in this world is Baba itself. So I guess we can start by making some extra Babas. And then we can say, for example, that this is going to be a bit finicky because of the Babas. Hey, welcome in! Baba und Baba is, let's start with a rock. Nice to meet you, Prince Rangeta, but ich spreche Deutsch, aber das ist ein englischsprachiger Stream. Still holding out hope, that's not a bot. I'm too trusting. Anyway, Baba and Baba's rock. So if you push two Babas into each other, they turn into rocks. I think it's actually pretty straightforward. Because we just have to keep making more Babas until we have all the objects we need. No, let's do it differently. Okay, we have more Babas. Now we need love. So it's just the same procedure with a different keyword. It's all very messy. Love, right. Okay, we have rock, we have love. And we can't push them around, so we have to make them us. Compress these bubbles real quick. And that's all, so now we just need to make a flag using the same method, then we're done. First barbers more. Because if we do the barber as on barber trick again, we're all going to disappear. And now we just need to move the flag. Area complete. Not even half an hour in. Somehow, just like last time I streamed this, I tend to make more progress when I'm streaming it than when I'm playing on my own. Which gives me hope that we'll be able to do the other areas as well. Okay, I believe this is the bottleneck here, which we tried last time and could get figured out. At least conceptually I know what to do, I just couldn't find the right configuration. And heavy cloud was... Oh, Jesus Christ. Moon is weak. Belt is shift, text is fall and float, wall and cloud is stop. Rocket is hue, stars defeat, dust is defeat and dust. We have star is push, win and dust. Oh dear. Okay. So the trick is to get rid of the dust so we can access where we need to go. Can't transform the dust. We can make the dust weak. I'm not quite sure yet. Because dust is defeat, but I think weak applies before. Right, Texas fall. That's the complication in this level. Okay, yeah, there's only so much we can do with the text because it's affected by gravity. So if we do dust is weak, then we also have to later be able to do moon is win. let me actually, let's make dust this week. So we get rid of that. And yeah, we're gonna have to... Yeah, because we can't get the moon and wind over to the is we have on this side. I mean, stars push is the only statement we can make here, so why not do it? And we need dust this week to stay intact until we pass the belt, because we can't go back. Nice. Okay. I'm getting the bigger picture here. No. The rocket doesn't have any properties now, okay. I'm guessing we'll have to use the star somehow to transport text somewhere. Because we don't need a star to break the dust, we can just do that ourselves. Might have an idea, because if we know what, we only have one star. Because we have to reuse an is, so we have to make a cross formation with the text, but since it's affected by gravity, that's going to be difficult. Yeah, we really need two objects to prop it up. All these holes are too big. If you put a text in there, it's too far away to make more statements. Like if we do something like, if we do that and then push the win onto there. But then of course we need something to... We would need another object here to prop up the weak, so that we can push this over here, and then we can have moon this win and dust this weak at the same time. This really seems like we have to set up all these statements in advance, and then just march through there, because there's just no way we will be able to affect the text from when we're down in here. So we have to create the dust is weak and moon is win statements once, and then keep them there while we are free to move around. We can't get the text over there because of this gap in here. Would putting the text down there help? There's this gap here, but it doesn't really do anything for us because it's aligned to this wall, and we need the is to be free in the middle of the statement. There's nothing we can do with the stars push. Because we can't get it over there, it's just going to fall in the hole. If you could get the other text over here, we could use this little bit as the second scaffold, but I don't see a way to move the text over there with only one solid object. Especially because we need every single piece of text we have here over there. There's nothing else we can make push. Nothing has anything. We don't have a more. But the fact that this little bit exists, is that just to prevent you from pushing the stars push text down the right side? But why would you need to prevent that? I mean, A, you could still make this statement in that case, because you can just take it vertically, and B, you can just not push it down there, and if you do it by mistake, you can just undo it, so... Why is that there? Unless you need to break the stars push statement at some point, but I don't know what that would get us. Can we set it up in such a way that the star props up a statement and then we make the star non-tangible, which makes the rest of the text fall into place correctly? Is that... How would we do that? Because we can break stars push just by doing that, and then we still have space to get through that with the conveyor. I forgot a step. No. No, but that doesn't make sense. Guess let's just try stuff out. Maybe it'll at least give me a new idea. Right, because I can't even do that, can't I? Can't suspend the is. It could in theory make dust is win vertically in here. Dust is weak if you really wanted to. But we only have one is, so one statement has to be vertical, another has to be horizontal. There's no way around that. Don't think that's useful. If theoretically we put dust is weak down here again, then also put the wind down there and the star there, well, then push the moon up to this wall, but then we're stuck once again. And there's just no way to... No. We can do this, and then we can take this, we can bring it higher. I don't know whether that... I mean, that would at least allow us to bring the moon on the level it is, but then of course you have to, even if you could get the wind over here, there's nothing to prop it up. This hole is such a peculiar shape that I'm certain it's involved in a solution somehow. I don't think it's going to do anything for us if you push text down here. So I have to use the geometry of this little alcove to make it happen. One other idea I had is if we if we have both the moon is win and dust is weak statements horizontally, in such a way that initially the dust is weak statement is completed, and then we place the is on a star, and then somehow we go through here and we destroy the dust, and then we make the star not push from here so that the is falls down to moon is win. Somehow. Let's actually, can we actually, like if I push, let's, because it starts in this configuration, push is star. If we can let a push down there. Can put this through. And get the is down there. And we can make stars push down there, and then we'd still be able to go through here afterwards. So we could bring the stars push with us to the other side. So now we just need no, we just need to put a statement. And of course the dust is weak has to come before anything else, because that's the only way we can even get to the star. Problem is, if we build dust is weak first, then because dust is weak is on the bottom, and we need just the is to rest on a star so that it can fall through to the other statements. So we could let's say you could put moon and not like that, you know, moon down there, and then win on this with an empty space in the middle, and then we have dust is weak up on top. So we actually have to push the weak down first, the win down first. But now if we push the moon down there, we can't get in between there to push it to the left side where it needs to be. Okay, no, other way around. We push the moon down there first. Push it to the left, then we get a star. We can push the win one further to make it fall down. And now the question just becomes how we arrange dust is weak so that my master plan works out. Like if you just put a star here, and then we put, or maybe, no, not yet. Put the weak there. Also wrong order, we need to put it, no, we can't put a dust down there first because of the order the statement is set up. I mean, we can, if you put the is there. Oh no, yeah, no, this works out. Dust is weak. So we can go through here. break the dust. Nose. And now moons win. Ah. Easy. We're not going to touch this one just yet. Let's maybe get some success stories in before we tackle that one. What do we have left in the flower garden? Bonus levels, okay. Secret garden and out at sea. Oh dear. I think I also saw other people solve this. Oh Jesus Christ. Maybe. Okay, hedge is stop powers you, belt is shift. Skull is defeat. Skull on Kiki and rock is weak. Water sink, Texas float. Right, we need to get enough objects over there that we can break 2 water tiles so we can get through there and make the flag as win statement. Can't go through the skull because it's defeat and there's no way to change that. We have to break the skull, which means you have to get both a Kiki and a rock on the same tile. Now we can we? If we can do text on rock is Kiki and then push a piece of text we otherwise don't need onto the rock. The question is, do we have a piece of text we don't need? Anything expendable? Because we still need 2 objects to push through there onto the water. So unless we make 2 copies of the same object on different tiles. Yeah, we'd have to, because we can't make 2 different objects push at the same time because we only have 1 is. And there's no way to get the push out there. Okay, so we need 2 copies of the same object on different squares. We need to make a Kiki somehow. And we don't have an and, so we can't create multiple objects at once. Let's think about this. If we do text on rock is Kiki, what piece of text do we not need after that? We need to push a rock to a useful place first. I guess you could get rid of the on. What am I doing here? Wait. No, I need to push the rock right onto S. Okay, let's position the rock correctly first and then get the text up there. How do we even get the... How do I get the rock up there? Let's let's make rock is push vertically. Okay, so rock is here, so here would be the on. Okay. Oh, right. It destroyed the is, so now... Okay, so we need to put... That's... No, but we need to push a rock again. We need to destroy the statement rock is Kiki immediately afterwards, because otherwise our only rock is immediately going to disappear and we need it. Let's see if we can set this up down here. So the text on rock is no. Okay, we have a rock and a Kiki. Or maybe to... Well, let's see how far we can get with that. Don't think very far. I think we should have destroyed a different keyword, but it's late now. Okay. Robert this push. Kiki is push. Oh no, wait, I think that doesn't actually work. Maybe. So Kiki's push. That gets rid of the skull. Now we can push Kiki through. But we need... Kiki and rock can't be on the same square. I thought maybe we should have gotten rid of the text word, not on, but we can't do an on push statement because there's not enough space. You know, the problem is we can't go through over the conveyor yet because then we can't go back. But if we do rocket push now, we need to turn... Kiki and rock don't have any other properties, I believe, so we have to turn the Kiki into a rock. But no, that also doesn't work because if we then push both rocks through there, we can't actually go through. Because this prevents the rocks from stacking up, but of course now we can't go through here. And if you break rocket's push, of course we can get through there, but now we can't complete rocket's push again. What would an on even done for us? Because we only have one adjective, push. As I said, there's not enough space to do a X on Y is push statement in any configuration. The only statements with on we could make are for transforming. We could do rock on Kiki as text, or rock on text as Kiki, or Kiki on text as rock, and so on and so forth. But what would that do for us? Transforming a rock or Kiki into text does nothing for us because text is float. We can't use it to get rid of the water. And if we want to turn a piece of text into something else, then A, what other pieces of text do we even have that we can use for that? And B, no, we can't actually, because we have to keep either the text or the on. Can't have one or the other. We can't have both at the same time. Of course, that doesn't solve the problem. Even if we have one additional object, it doesn't change the fact that we can't push them through here. So far, I think everything we did was mandatory, except for, of course, the text versus on the debate. But how do we proceed from here? We can push one object through. We could even push a text through here to move it one space further. That doesn't really matter, because then it's just the text is going to be in the way. I mean, we could do this, and now of course Kiki is no longer push, but it doesn't do anything for us because then the text is in the way, and then we can't. Yeah, because now we can push a text onto the Kiki, but we still can't get through here. Push the Kiki keyword on there, and then once rock is no longer push. Alright, the text isn't affected by the. We have to do this, and of course now the text is blocking away. I'm pretty sure that X is Y on Z doesn't do anything useful. That's just going to be X is Y, and the on Z at the end doesn't do anything, because there has to be an AND to create both at the same time. Oh, if we did, I don't know. Rock is Kiki on text, yeah, it's just the rock is Kiki, and the on text doesn't matter. Let's do the text on business again. But this time let's destroy the text and keep the on. What does that actually change for us? Let me... No, I don't think that... Wait, let me think. It just occurred to me we don't actually need to destroy the water that the flag is on. We just need to push the flag upwards, and we can use a piece of text for that. We don't have to keep a rock or a kiki around. How do we do it? Because we can put a piece of text there. Can't go on further because then we're trapped behind the thingy, but if we make either kiki or rock push, and then we can't get in there. If we do, if rock is pushed, doesn't really change anything. Wait, yeah, it does, because yes, because now we can push the rock and the on through here. Like it's win. Okay, so it didn't matter whether we kept the on or the text, but phew. Well, we've been going for an hour. I think I'll take a short break here, and I'll see you in a bit when we'll tackle Out at Sea. I'll be right back. And we're back. So let's see what's waiting for us out at sea. Why is there even a sea here? I thought we were in a garden, but whatever. Boxes melt, lava's hot, lava is lava, text is push. Well, that doesn't mean anything, but okay, so if you can work with text and make things push. Doors stop and shut, ice is open, wall is stop, box has flag, power is you, belt is shift, flag is in. Okay, let's organize this a bit. What do we need to do? We need to destroy the door. The only thing that is open is ice. We also need to destroy the box because that's the only way to get a flag. And the only way to destroy a box is by melting it, and the only thing that is hot is lava. Okay. And I already see what the problem is. It's similar to what we just had. We need to move multiple objects around, but we can only make one of them push at the same time because we only have a single is. So we could push ice through here and onto the door and open the door that way, but then we'd have no way to get either the lava to the box or the box to the lava. Which means we have to do some on shenanigans again. With text, because we can make more lava and ice by turning text into it, but don't see how more of one of them would be useful. No, actually we can't because we only have one of lava and ice each, so we could turn an ice into a lava or lava into an ice. Or no, we could put text on. My brain needs to reboot. You know, doing this Let's Play stuff has really demonstrated to me how much buffering my brain does, if that makes sense. Like it's worse in English, obviously, because it's not my first language, but I really started to notice that when I'm speaking German, I also constantly have to take breaks during speaking because I try to think of the right words to use in this situation. And it's like between that and my stutter, I feel like it would make talking to me very frustrating. But, I mean, so far nobody has complained. So, right, also we can't turn lava into anything because it's lava. Which makes me think that it would somehow be useful to turn lava into something else if we could. But what would that bring us? Because if we get rid of lava, we have nothing to melt the box with. And there's no need for more than one ice because there's only one door to open. Unless we need multiple pushable objects at the same time, but like that doesn't make sense because then like I guess the idea is that if you could push, let's say, 2 ice through here, then we could use one to open the door, then turn the other one into lava, and then have it there without actually moving this lava. But I don't think there's any way to do this because we can't go through the belt again once we pass there to change any of the text around, and we can't bring the text with us because it's going to clog up this entire path. I mean, I guess that's too the obvious thing first and see where we hit a roadblock with that. Ice is push. We can push ice through here. We can also push lava through here, so we have both on the same side, because then it's a problem we can only move one of them and we can't change which one it is afterwards. We could make ice pushable and open this door, but then there's no way to get the lava to the box. And of course, if you push lava through there, that's not going to do anything, because then we can't open the door. So what would the on do for us? If we say, for example, lava on ice is push. Does it do anything for us? Then we could use this piece of text to push that through there, and but then neither of them is pushable again. I guess we could then do ice is push and push the ice through there. Now we don't have the on anymore, so now we can do yeah, no, that's complete nonsense. You can do that, and of course you can't push ice on there because the text is blocking it. What would we gain from making more lava or ice by sacrificing a piece of text? Because it doesn't matter how many pushable objects we have, because it has to be specifically a piece of ice and a piece of lava. We need both of their properties. Yes. I don't know. Having more stuff to push doesn't do anything for us, as long as you can only push one type of thing at a time. I guess one thing we could do because we can't turn lava into anything else, but we can turn ice into something else. So we could make 2 ice, push them both through, and then with the on keyword somewhat transform, or use one of them to open the door, and then use the on keyword to transform it into lava. And I think the but would that even work with one is the question. Like we could do a, let's say, text or ice on text is lava, or text on ice is lava. But of course then the is in a place so we can't make anything push. And so we'd have to... Let's just let's make some ice. So let's say, guess we sacrificing the text keyword again. So we can do text on lava. is ice. Now we have an extra ice to play around with. So if we do ice as push, we can get one ice through there, and a second ice through there. And then we could go through here and use this ice to go through the door, and then we bring this ice to the box. But how do we then transform this into lava without being able to access the text? And we can't do any text shenanigans anymore because we lost that keyword. Because we don't have a box keyword, so we can't do ice on boxes lava. In fact, we can't really do anything on anymore because the only nouns we have are ice and lava. So we can do ice on lava is push or lava on ice is push. Which neither of that does anything for us. Let's push the lava through there. For some reason. No, we have two ice in the same spot. They're not pushable, and now we're trapped in here, and it's the reverse. Same situation, now nothing is pushable in here, and we can't do anything anymore. There really are no words we could sacrifice, because I thought maybe if we bring two ice and a piece of text through there, which first of all wouldn't work, because if we had three solid objects in there we couldn't get in ourselves. But if we could, then we could use one ice to break the door, and then position the other ice on the box, and then position a piece of text on the same square, and then we have a text on or ice on text is lava, or text on ice is lava, and then we have a piece of lava on the box and it melts into that. But the only word we wouldn't need in that construct is push. But up until the moment that the ice is on top of the box, we need it to be pushable. And obviously we can't push the entire statement through there because not enough space. So the push needs to stay on this side. But so does the is, because without an is we can't make a statement. We need the on because it needs to be conditional. And we need all three nouns because we need an A on B is C. And I do think we need either text on or on text something, because we can't push both. Ice and lava can't be pushable at the same time, but we can always push text. And since the box isn't movable, we need to be able to position both an ice and a text on the same field, and the only way to do that is if ice is pushable, which means lava can't be pushable at the same time. Let's make another... Yeah, let's make another ice really quick, I wanted to say, but... I can't sacrifice any of the text we have. We need all the pieces. I mean, maybe... No, we don't need the lava, because we need to turn something into lava. Maybe we could do lava on ice as text. Lava on text as ice. So no, we can't, because lava is lava. But you can do the opposite. We can do ice on text as lava. No, that doesn't do anything for us because then we can't turn the lava into ice again under any circumstances. So it needs to be it needs to be a piece of text that gets transformed into another object. I mean, I wouldn't use the ice keyword because definitely need that. Obviously can't use the is. And if we get rid of the on, then our entire plan for conditional transformation doesn't work anymore. And if we get rid of text, then we don't have anything to set up this condition. And if we get rid of push, then we can't do anything at all. just don't know what to do. Like, every potential solution I can think of is a logical contradiction, because it needs to make it happen. We need to destroy a piece of text that we then later need after it has already been destroyed. I suppose like, one thing we haven't done yet is turning objects into text, but I don't know how much that would work, because we could, as previously stated, we need both ice and lava at different times. Like, if we had, and the only words we could make are lava and ice, what would having 2 ice or 2 lava keywords do for us? Like, we could do, let's say, ice on, yeah, that's the only thing we can do. Ice on text is lava, with the word text being the sacrifice. Ice on lava is text, sorry. No, wait, it doesn't make sense. I'd need 2 text keywords. Because if I mean, in that case, I can also just do ice as text, I guess. Don't even need a condition for that, because we only have 1 piece of ice anyway. Okay. Now, what does that get us? And of course, lava as text doesn't work because of the other rule. Now we could do stuff like... Yeah, I mean, I guess no, we can't, because lava can't be transformed into anything else. We could do lava on text is ice. The text on lava is ice, and then get a piece of ice back, but that's... Then we're right back where we started, with the only exception being that instead of another word, we have a sect ice. I think I'm getting to the point where I want to consult Barbara's hint. The spoiler-free hint site. Actually, I'm curious because I keep track of which Barbara's U levels I did without help, which ones I used the guide for. Have I looked up hints for this one before? No, okay. Maybe this would be a good time, because I'm absolutely stuck. I don't even know where to start. Barbara is in. Where are we? We are in the garden. Got the navigation of these pages. How do I get to the garden? Forests. Flower garden, okay. Let's see. Condition, thicket, sorting facility, relaxing spot, maritime adventures, root orchid, blockade, Traywalkers United, overgrowth adventures, secret garden out at sea. Difficulty 5 stars, yeah, I can feel it. This might be the hardest level of the main game, but that's concerning. At least I thought so. It was the final level I solved in the main game after I'd gotten through an extensive portion of the end game. To solve this, you will use a trick you pretty much only use in the end game. Oh, okay. I suddenly don't feel bad anymore that I'm not able to solve this. Let's look at the gentle nudge. Is there any way to cross the belt to the left? If not, what rules do you need in place before you cross to the right? What objects do you need? Oh, interesting, it looks different on the side and in game. But as far as I can tell, I mean, the level should be identical. It's... yeah, just the rules are arranged in different places. Let me actually... okay. Just to make sure. Yeah, it's all the same objects and all the same layout, just the rules are in a different place for some reason. Okay, so I don't think there's any way to cross the belt to the left, because belt is shift, is a fixed statement. We have no other belt words or shift words we could use. We can also not make anything float, which is the only way to circumvent the shift property. So no, we can't cross over to the left. So as I already figured, we need to set up all the rules we're ever going to need before we cross over to the right side. So that's nothing new. So let's think about what rules do we need and what objects do we need. No. Okay. So obviously we need both an ice and a lava. In a pickle we can theoretically turn an ice into a lava, but not a lava into an ice. So theoretically we don't need to bring the lava with us, we can just bring ice with us, as long as we have multiple of it. Now of course, the only way to then transform the second ice into a lava, which we need for the box, is to do it with a conditional transformation, which means we need to set up a statement with the on keyword in advance, so that all we have to do is bring ice and a piece of text we don't need over to the other side. And then in theory, we can use the first ice to break the door, and then put the second ice and the piece of text on the box to melt it, and then we have a flag. The problem with that, of course, is which piece of text can we take with us that we don't need to make these statements, because we have to set up statements in advance. Obviously, we can't be. Where am I? Obviously, we can't take on, because that's the only way to do a condition. We also can't take is, because then we can't make any statements at all. We can't take lava, because that's a thing we need to transform something else into. We can't take ice, because that's the only other object we have. We can't take push, because then there's no way to push the ice either into the door or onto the crate, the box. And we can't take text, because that's the only other piece we have. We need 3 nouns for conditional transformation. Doesn't matter whether they're the same nouns or different nouns, but we need 3 nouns. So something about this whole direction I'm going in has to be fundamentally wrong. But then if a conditional transformation is not what we need to do, why do we have the on keyword? And why do we have the text keyword, which only makes sense if either we want to change the properties of the text, which we don't, because the only adjective we have is push, and text is push by default. Or if we want to do a conditional transformation, if you put something on text and then transform either the text or the other object into something else. And because text is always pushable, we don't have to worry about the pushability of the actual object at that point. So we need to leave all text we have on the left side. So all statements have to be set up in advance. And the only thing we actually need to bring is ice. We can leave the lava here. But we can't use the lava to modify the left side remotely, because obviously we can't move anything while we're over there, and as mentioned, all statements need to be set up in advance. So if there's some kind of condition that does something with the text or the lava or whatever, that condition would be met before we cross over the belt. And so also before we could open the door and push something onto the box. Okay, so I don't think the gentle nudge has brought me to anywhere new. Let's try the bigger nudge. Why do you have a rule preventing you from transforming lava, but not a rule preventing you from transforming ice? That is a good question, because obviously lava and ice differ in that one is hot and one is open. Only one of them can open the door, and only the other one can break the box. Is there a reason why the hot one needs to be fixed and not the open one? Because let's play this. Let's play with this. So hypothetically, if the lava statement wasn't there and instead we had ice is ice, what would that change? That would mean we could transform lava into something else. Which means we could, for example, push lava over to the right and leave ice here. And we can make multiple pieces of lava, or at least two of them. But then we need to transform one of them into ice while we're in this narrow corridor, because there's nothing lava can be used for until we've broken this door, because the only other object it interacts with is the box, and there's no way to get to the box before opening the door. So the ice needs to be in there first, or at least the ice needs to be pushable before we can do anything useful with the lava. Which of course means that the lava itself can then not be pushable. Which means we need to create lava on the other side on the position of the box. And the only thing we can turn into lava, or I guess in this, because I'm getting away from the whole concept of why does it matter that lava is fixed but not ice? Because I'm not seeing what the ability to transform lava would even get us, or with the ability to transform ice. Or even, for that matter, what we would benefit if both were transformable and there wasn't a X is itself statement at all. Because we'd still have the same problem. We can't make more objects. We don't have an end. We don't have a more. We don't even have an has, except for the box's flag, which is fixed, and it's the last step of the entire puzzle. So the only way to get more of one type of object is to sacrifice something else. We could turn the lava into a second piece of ice, we could turn the ice into a second piece of lava, or we could transform a piece of text into either lava or ice. Exactly one piece of text, because no matter which one we destroy, except for, I guess, if you destroy push, we could transform two text pieces into lava or ice, but then of course we can't move lava or ice anymore, only text. And text can't open doors, text can't melt boxes. And even if you could transform the text back into ice somewhere in that corridor, we couldn't push the ice onto the door. Maybe if I keep explaining it over and over again, I'll get a new idea. Like, the only thing this lava business accomplishes is that if the solution somehow involves transforming stuff into other stuff, all it means that we have to have a pushable door opener first before we can even think about doing anything with a melter. And like, I feel like that is already implied by the whole puzzle structure, because opening the door is the first obstacle, and the only thing that lava can accomplish is beyond the door, and there's no other way to get past the door. I have nothing, so let's go to specific hint number 1. Can you make a transformation if there's something overlapping the object being transformed? Have you done it before? Can you make a transformation if there's something overlapping the object being transformed? I mean, yeah, obviously. Can you make a transformation if there's something overlapping the object being transformed? Like, lava can overlap ice, lava can overlap text, ice can overlap text. That's the 3 configurations we have. We can't push multiple text pieces onto one another, because there's no way to undo the implicit text's push. If you turn either ice or text into a second lava, we can also put 2 lavas on top of each other, but that doesn't matter, because, well, first of all, we really need 2 ice and not 2 lava, because we need to get past the door first, and we can't transform the lava back into ice under any circumstances. I don't really see what I would change, because, like, if you could, I don't know, transform the ice into lava while it is on top of the lava, and then we have 2 lava pieces on top of each other, which is the one unique thing that would actually get us, because we can't put 2 ice or 2 lava on the same spot any other way. So we could do, for example, no, it doesn't. I mean, we can't do Texas ice, because that's That's all text gone in that case. I mean, we can do ice is text. Oh, I think I'm one step closer to the solution. We can put two nouns in the same place. We can do. That's not a complete solution, but we can. Let's. We put the lava keyword on top of the ice. We do ice as text, and now we have lava and ice on the same spot, and we can theoretically make both of them push at the same time. Problem is, we don't have an ice right now. So we need to make an ice first. Before we transform that other one into text. Wait a second. But now we have two ice keywords, so we can do. Yeah, ice is ice, but also we can do text on lava as ice. So I should have set this up somewhere else. Let's. Because I need the text to be on the lava, because we need the push keyword. And then text on lava is ice. And now we have ice and lava on the same spot, and lava and ice be pushable at the same time, which means fuck! No! Right, because I can push the ice into the door, but not the lava. And I can't move into the space because the lava is blocking it, so the ice never gets pushed into the door. Oh, I was so close! Oh, but that has to be part of the solution, right? Because I mean that's a pretty obscure mechanic, right? And it's overlapping, like the hint says. So it's just one final step that is missing. Excuse me. I suppose one fun thing we could do is ice and ice is lava at the same time. No, that doesn't mean anything. Because one prevents the other. No, that's nonsense. I mean, if you select the text keyword, you could turn text into both ice and lava, I think. Don't know how the order of operations is like there. And on. Is there anything useful I can do with these? Wait, I'm an idiot. The problem is that we have ice and lava in the same spot, which we don't need. We need the words in the same spot, but not the objects themselves. Yeah. So, take some lava's ice, and then get the ice off there. And now we do lava and ice is pushed. Okay, that was just me being stupid. Now we can push the ice in here, we push the lava in there, and we have a flag. And we have completed the garden. Well, isn't that nice? Let me just quickly note down that I used as a guide for this level. Oh, let's see, it's called. Now I'm curious what the second specific hint was. Okay, yeah, is there a way to create both lava's push and ice's push using only one is? Okay, I figured. Ooh. Well, it's maybe not quite as satisfying as the other ones because I used the guide to get some ideas, but yeah, we've done another area, we've done another hour, so I'll take a short break here and see you in a few minutes. And then we'll keep right on going. And we're back. Actually, I'm having a lot of fun. I should stream Barbers You more often, I feel like. Was a bit worried because it's being a puzzle game. Don't really have the freedom to talk about other topics because I need to concentrate on what's happening. But yeah, I'm enjoying this a lot. I'm glad I decided to do this despite the heat wave. Okay. Now we just have the volcano and the rocket ship left in this area. And there's only... Oh no, it's the mouse hole. Oh no. We also tried that last time and I couldn't make any progress on it. And I think I even tried again on my own time. Yeah, no. So it's only mouse hole. And bottleneck. Let's see whether we can find something else to do. Just need to real quick. Let's go to the null zone or whatever it's called. Okay, but I've also done all levels here. Oh, but there's a bonus level here in the APC zone. Oh, right, the Meteor strike. Oh, I remember this one as well. Whew, okay. Maybe we can get this to work. Barbers use, skull is defeat, ghost is ghost, end stop, wall is stop, barbers melt, grass is hot, belt is shift, grass is grass, belt is not flag, stars melt, star has love, love is melt, and love. Me is move and push, flag is quit. Right. The trick to this is... The only thing keeping the flag is win statement intact is build is shift. So if build were to transform into some other object that's not stop, for example, we would lose flag is win without being able to revert it. Not going to embarrass myself saying a complicated word again. Okay. And this is a more difficult version of the previous level, which I believe is called Starfall, where the trick is that you need to get the star down. Oh, they're getting raided. Hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you a lot. Oh dear, now I'm nervous, now I have a bigger audience. Hi, my name's Charlotte. Well, I wanted to say I'm a new streamer, but today is actually the first anniversary of me starting streaming, so I removed the tag. I guess I am now an experienced streamer. I play, I guess at this point, mostly visual novels, but today we're playing Barbers You, because it's the game I also played during my first stream. If you're not familiar, Barbers You is a puzzle game where the properties of all the game objects are determined by the text that is itself in the level. And so you can push the text around and manipulate how everything behaves. Yeah, I have the Germany tag because I am in Germany, but I stream in English. I mean, I personally don't care which of the two languages you use, but I just do it in English for, I guess. But I guess all the streamers I watch also speak English, so there's... It just makes sense, you know? Also, I'm partly doing this to get better at speaking English, so there wouldn't be much point doing it in German. But if you want to speak German in chat, I have no problems with that. Okay, so let's see. I think I was in the middle of trying to put together what my goal even is in this level. Flag is win. How do we even get a flag? We have a flag keyword here, so we can in principle turn something else into a flag. Now we can't turn belt into a flag because that was to destroy the statement on the right. We can't turn barber into a flag because we need barber to move around. Oh, Sonic Heroes. Sonic Heroes is... That's not a new game, is it? That's... Trying to remember whether I know anything about that. No, wait, Sonic Heroes is the one where you play in teams of 3? Is that right? Am I embarrassing myself? 2004, yeah, it is not really new, yeah. Okay, so how was it? I've never actually played a Sonic game before. The only one I played is The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog's April Fool's visual novel. And I didn't even finish it. I grew up on Nintendo, so all I know is Mario. Every game is a Mario and every console is a Nintendo for me. Come to think of it, I haven't played Mario in a while as well. Okay. Is Sonic Heroes one of the ones that people like? I mean, it came before Sonic 06, obviously, but are there any 3D Sonics that people actually like? Okay, so with these letters here, we can't turn grass into anything because it's fixed in place with the statement on there. We can use these letters to form a star as a word, which is the only way we can actually manipulate star. Yeah, I think the trick is we need to... Right, Sonic... I think I was actually thinking of Sonic Adventure 2 when I was trying to picture Sonic Heroes, but maybe I should stop talking about games I know nothing about and embarrass myself. No, wait, which one was Sonic Adventure 2? Now this is a terrible thing to be thinking about while trying to solve a puzzle. Sorry, where was I? Right. Okay, yeah, I think the trick is... Okay, now that grass isn't hot anymore, we can get rid of Baba is melt. So we could instead make Baba is hot vertically, and then once we have the star, we can melt it. And that would do something for us. No, wait, what? What would that actually accomplish? How do we get... Okay, no, yeah, no, we don't have to melt it. The hot doesn't matter in this case, but we can then do love is... No, we can't. We can do star is Yeah, we can do stars flag. Okay, and then we have a flag. Okay, the question is, how do we get the star out of that? Because the only adjectives we have available are fall, and we can do hot with these. I'm trying to think whether there are any other words we can form out of these. I don't think so. Problem is, of course, if stars fall, it's immediately going to fall down here, and we can't get to it anymore. And we can't get to it right now because Skull will defeat us. So we somehow need a way to stop star at a level where we can access it. Which means it needs to be above this conveyor, but not any higher because this gap is only 1 wide, so we can't get to it. Huh. Alright, okay, so maybe this is... It would be easier to show than to explain in words, but I don't think this is a good level to demonstrate that, so let me go somewhere easier. Alright, I'm here. Where am I? Oh god damn it, I didn't want to do that. Let's just do the very first level, or the... I guess the second level, because there's a level 0. Okay, so... You see these words on the screen. We have flag, we have is, we have win, and we have Barber is you, and wall is stop. This here is Barber, this little white creature. Barber is you means that we can move Barber around freely. Wall is stop means we can't go through the wall. But we can manipulate the text that's on screen, so if we break the statement wall is stop, then suddenly the wall is no longer stop. And we can pass through it as we want. And so the goal of each level is to touch something that has the win property. And so basically every level is about manipulating the words and the other objects on screen in such a way that you can make that happen, that something that has the U property is on the same square as something that has the win property. So for example, in this case, we could make flag is win, and so now touching this flag would win us the level. Or we could also make wall is win, so now every piece of wall in here is the win condition. Oh, so now if I touch the wall, I win. We could even make Barber's win, and since Barber is always on the same spot as Barber, we automatically win the level, and that's basically the principle. And there's a whole bunch more objects and keywords that you can use. And basically at the moment we started out going through some of the earlier levels I haven't completed yet. Problem is, there are 2 levels in this area that I've already spent a lot of time both on and off stream on without making any progress. So for the time being, we've decided to go to the harder levels in the back of the game that I haven't done yet, which there are a bunch of secret areas you can discover, and in this area, this is the only level I haven't done yet. Which you can see is a bit more complex than the other one we had. So let's think about this again. We don't have a has keyword, so mild increase. Yeah, it's a very steep difficulty curve, going from level 1-1 to secret area within a secret area, last bonus level. Okay. Is there any reason why star has to be melt and star has to have love? Because we have the love keyword as well. Because theoretically we could... Right, no, of course. We can't turn love into flag because love is melt and love, it can't be transformed. So somehow... yeah, I can relate to the desire not wanting to think. That's... As people who have watched some of my other streams know, I'm not very good at that. Which is a bit unfortunate because I keep playing mystery games or games with mystery elements, and let's just say it's all horribly embarrassing. Okay, so let's think about this. The challenge in this is to make sure that we get to the star and transform it into a flag without it melting in the meantime. Because if it melts, it turns into lava, and we can't do anything useful with lava, except also melting it. But lava doesn't have anything, so it just disappears. I'm trying. Okay, first challenge. How do we get this star to us? We somehow need to construct a barrier that prevents the star from falling below the conveyor belt once we make it fall. Oh, God. What's going on here? Also, I just realized we have ghost properties, and we can also spell ghost with these letters. I mean, just theoretically, if you do belt as ghost, okay, I can already see the problem, but let's do it anyway to just get a better feel for what we're working with here. Okay, yes. Belt as ghost creates a barrier down here, which a star can fall onto, and we also prevent flag as win from being destroyed. Unfortunately, now there's a ghost in front of the word fall, and we can no longer make the star fall. So I think what we have to do is we have to build the statement star is fall and belt is ghost at the exact same time. Do we even have enough letters for that? Because we have... No, we don't. We have G-O-S-T-E for ghost, but we need the T for star. And star needs to be built horizontally here. Like I can... We can put the is in there. Actually, let's also get these words out here so we can use them later and they don't get in the way. So we have to set up the word star here. So now the problem. We need this T to spell ghost. So we can't put it in there because it will just be stuck between the walls and there's no way to spell ghost like that. So how do we... And like the only way we need to spell the word ghost vertically as well, because can't get in the way of that. But there's not enough... Well, there would be if you put the G up here, and then G-H-O-S-T. But then how do we get the T from all the way over here, or all the way over here, to all the way over there in one single motion? And we can't build ghost here because this wall prevents us from forming any statements with it. No, wait, no. It's not ghost is, it's spelled is. It's spelled is ghost. Oh wait, ghost ends with ST and star starts with ST. So if we have the ST here, and then we put the... if I do stars fall, then the star will fall. So it's affected by gravity then, and because there's nothing in the way, it drops all the way to the bottom. And then we can't get to it because the deadly skull is in the way. And also we can't get it out of there. One, because it's stuck in the corner, and B, because of this conveyor belt that only was one direction. Though I suppose you could turn belt into something else. Okay. Ghost. Let me think. Okay, let's push this as... No, not that far. Okay, so theoretically, if I push this one to the right, then belt is ghost and star is fall should form at the exact same time. Well, now I'm kind of scared because I feel like that was too easy and this is a bonus level, so... Well, now we just need to get the ST, the TR and TA and R out there. Oh, we can't get the R out of there because it's stuck behind the ghost. Okay, yeah. I was right to be suspicious, this was too easy. Because the final step is to turn the star into the flag. And now that the ghost is there, the R is stuck. And we can't spell star anywhere else. And this is the only way we can spell stars fall. So we have to find some way to get rid of the ghost. And we can still spell ghost because we have an extra S down there, so that's not a problem. Okay, let's get all the letters out there so we can probably... Oh dear, this is a whole mess. O. Then T and A. Alright, okay. We can still spell Ghost, that's good. We can't transform Ghost into anything else because of the Ghost is Ghost statement up there. So the only way I can think of is that we have to find some way to destroy a Ghost. How would we go about doing that? Because we can still spell hot, and we have a melt up there, and hot things and melt things destroy each other if they come into contact. Problem is the only thing that can be melt is Barber, because you can only push this up and not down. So we can't make anything else melt, and even we can't make Ghost hot because then there are not enough letters, and even if we could, it wouldn't matter because we can't move onto the Ghost because they're stopped. Oh dear. Okay, I can understand why this is a bonus level. Is there anything we can do with the S and the R that are stuck in here? Also, I just realized, yeah, statements can be vertical or horizontal. I also just realized that we can spell has. Is that useful in any way? Because has means if you, for example, if you were to spell star has flag, then that would mean if the star gets destroyed in any way, it would spawn a flag in the same spot. And of course, ultimately the flag is what we want because that's the win condition. Which once again runs into the problem that we can't spell anything with star because the letters are stuck. Wait, does it even work? Can you spell verbs with letters? You can, okay. Okay, just checking, just checking. But that doesn't get us any closer to actually... Like, the thing that needs to be destroyed is the ghost. We can't spell ghost as hot because there's only one H, one O, and one T. And it also wouldn't do anything for us because it's stopped. So even if we had something to melt it, we couldn't move it onto the spot to do that. Uh-huh. Belt has would also not do anything for us. Because you can't destroy belts, you can just transform it, and transformations don't trigger the has keyword. Plus, we need to spell it at the same time as is ghost, and we don't have enough letters once again. Is. Barber has to stay on the field because nothing else is you. If we were to start over, the only thing we can transform Belt into is Ghost, because nothing else is solid. And so it would destroy our win condition once the belt disappears. We can turn nothing into Barber because Barber word is stuck in the corner. We can't spell the word stop because we don't have a P. What makes me suspicious is the fact that so many things have the melt property. Star is melt and love is melt. But nothing in this level is hot by default. We'd have to spell it. What reason would we have to make something hot that would interfere with or that would benefit us towards the goal, which is why they had to explicitly put the melt in there to prevent us. Because the only thing that is melt is Barber. So the only thing that can happen is if we run into something hot, then Barber is gone and we have nothing to control in the level anymore, and the level ends and we have to start over. We can't use the melt keyword for anything else, and in fact, once we break Barber's melt, we can never restore it again. Oh yeah, no problems. Thanks for being here. Maybe I should go to bed as well. It's past midnight in my time zone, but I'm in the groove, you know? I need to keep going. Also, I started later than usual, so I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, thanks for coming by. Always appreciate it. Now, unless there's a way to get rid of bells, I think the R being stuck on a ghost is inevitable, because that's the, I think, as I already said, that's the only way to spell Star is Fall. And Star's Fall is the only way to make it move where we need it, where we can access it. Why would I want to make anything hot? Right, to melt the star and then have it. No, we don't want to melt the star. We want to turn it into a flag. Like, why would we need star has flag if you can just do star is flag? And also star is already love, so, and love is useless. Why would we need to make anything hot? Especially since the only thing that would stop is us. Nothing else can be melted. We can't melt ghosts, we can't melt walls, we can't melt belts or skulls or grass. Let's restart. I know how to make the important thing happen now, so we can easily replicate it. Let's see whether I overlooked anything. Is there another way to catch the star besides the ghost thing? I don't think there is. The only thing in this level that is stopped is ghost and wall. And wall is completely inaccessible as a word. Ghost is the only one we can manipulate. We need to do something with the belt, but in such a way that the one on the left can still transform into a ghost. Somehow. Let's get these out of here. The hot thing still confuses me. Why is Baba's melt even a statement in here? I feel like I'm fundamentally missing something important. I don't understand why Baba is melt is even a sentence that needs to be there. Because there's no reason not to deactivate it. Because if something is melt, then it disappears when it touches something hot, but the hot thing isn't affected by it. And yet they thought it was very important that star and love melt. As if there was a reason why something really needed to be hot for something to work. This is very odd. What am I missing? Why would we need to melt anything? Or maybe because hot has no other interactions with any other property. We don't even have a lava, so we first need to create something. Also, why is it important that star has lava? Why isn't melting the star if you touch it while hot enough? Because lava itself is also melt. So it would also just disappear on the very next step if you're still on it. I am completely lost. Maybe I should start it with the easier levels after all. But don't want to want the stream to turn into oops all bottleneck again like last time. And the less said about mouse hole, the better. I mean, at least I know in principle how to solve mouse hole and bottleneck. I just don't know how to make it happen in practice. I always get very close, but there's just one step missing. But I know what I need to achieve. This one is just confusing because it seems like there are so many parts that are completely irrelevant. There's no point turning start or anything else because it's the only thing we can use to make a flag. Lava is immutable. Belt can't be flag. Ghost is immutable. And Baba needs to stay where it is. Me is inaccessible. And Skull is defeat is fixed in place. Wall is stop is fixed in place. I can spell stack. Is that an object in this game that exists? No. I think there actually is a deer, but not a stack. Poorly. And there's nothing else I can set up at the same time, except for flag is love and love is flag, which both do nothing because there's neither love nor flag on the field. Okay. What now? There's actually nothing we can do with ghosts because we can't turn it into anything else, so belt, flag and love out of the picture. And once we spell ghost, the only letter we have left over is A, and A is not an adjective. So once these ghosts are there, we can't get rid of the ghosts. That once they're there forever. And nothing about them can change anymore. We can't even make more ghosts because there's nothing that can transform into them. We don't have a flag, or love, or belt. Barbara needs to stay, obviously. Which makes me think that something has to happen before Belt's gold stars fall. But there's also nothing. There's nothing we can do about the belts. They're forever shift, they can't make into flags. And if you make them into love, then me is going to push flag as win out of the way and we can't win anymore. And we can't make love anything that would stop because we can't spell stop, we can't spell push or pull. But not that that would change anything, and well, pull would, but that was not the word I wanted to grab. And if you make belt hot and the combo is that the belt kills us if it doesn't shift us first. Barber can't have itself because we can't spell Barber. And if it has anything else, it doesn't matter because nothing else can be you. The only adjective that can apply to Barber is melt, which I can see no use for at all. There's no other adjective that can fit in that because we all have to spell them with individual letters. We can say Baba's hot, but then the only thing we can melt is the star, which turns into love, which can't be turned into anything useful. Let's just once again try random stuff and see whether it brings any new insights. Let's get that star. I want to see whether there's anything useful we can do with melting stars. Maybe I'm overlooking something, and once I've actually done it, it stands out. Oh, we did it wrong, then spin is in there. Oh, you get out of here. Okay. Is. R. A. T. S. Okay. Raven, welcome in. How are you doing? Okay, let's destroy Baba's melt, because that's just going to destroy us. Okay, let's make Baba hot. Let's see whether anything useful arises from melting the star. That gives us love. Now, love is a word we can push around as a single block. We don't have to spell it. No, that doesn't. No, that doesn't. No, that doesn't. No, that doesn't work. Okay, definitely. If we say love has spelled, wait, why can't we just say love has fled? because you can't spell is hot at the same time. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So has is... No, wait, we can. See, we can... Is... hot. And then has... Someone get this. Flag. Wait, that's a solution? Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that, come to think of it, there was no step after that. That's the solution. That's why all the stuff had to be meld. That's why it mattered that both love and star is property, because we had to spell star, but love was a single word. Which means we have enough space to build the whole hair statement. Oh yeah, the temperatures. Well, it's actually a bit more bearable right here because there was a storm passing through a while ago, but yeah, there's a reason why I stayed home today instead of doing anything useful. It's supposed to be 10 degrees colder tomorrow, which sounds like a much better time to do grocery shopping. Well, now we've also done everything in here except turn star into flag first. We could try that. Get out of there. Because here flag has no other properties. Well, so much for storm passing through. Just started raining again. Let me close the window real quick. Guess it's not over. Okay. Right, belt is ghost. Right. I think the problem is that is actually because flag is a single word. Like if we... If we try to spell ghost here, then... Or does it? Yeah, see, because... The S has to stay here, because otherwise it forms flag as fall prematurely. That's not how you spell ghost, but you get the idea. Then we can't make both statements at the same time. The only way it works is because star's a multi-letter word. Because here now we have to push it in 2 steps, and that, yeah, okay. Okay, but what I wanted to say is, I believe there's another bonus level on the screen, because you can turn the rock and the water into levels, and I've done that. So let me maybe just to show it with how do I do it? Because, yeah, I can do rock is level, and that is good. I just need to get on this stupid thing. Thank you. I've done this one, which, this one is also took me a very long time. Now I'm stuck on the rock. And some of you also are trying to think, how can you turn... Can you turn the water into... Because water sink is stuck here at the bottom. Let's just... There was some way to do that, wasn't there? Because I know I did 2 bonus levels on this screen. Promise is that's just... if you do rock level, that's number 6. And I'm pretty sure if you turn the water into a level, it's number 8. And I don't know where 7 is. Also now I'm stuck down there. So I have to enter the level. Exit a second. Okay, now how do I get off this stupid rock? I guess I can just undo rocket's push and I can just walk on there. Okay. How can you... How did you do water as level? Because the only words I can really move freely are rock and is. I can do dust as a rock. I don't know what that could accomplish. Except I guess... Oh right, there's an end. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. You can do water is sink and level. Yeah, sorry, that wasn't me being I completely overlooked that one word. So you can do... Water is... Oh no, it is number 7, but apparently I haven't done this one yet. I thought I did both. Barber on wall and text and barber and rock and flag is win. No, I did that one. I did this one. I remember this. It's where you have to create all these objects and push them onto the same place. Yeah, I've done this one, haven't I? Or did I just try it and then gave up? We can look into that. No, not restart it. No, I think what happened is... Right, I was on Barber's hint to look something up about it, and it said there were 3 bonus levels on here. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Just I don't want to waste my time searching for something that doesn't exist. Now, how do I actually navigate to this? The question. Chasm. How do I get there? That just takes me to the same side. Okay. Okay, glitch world. Let's see. Level 1, level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Period, tense atmosphere, tag team, security check. Okay, and then it's extra 1, extra 2, extra 3, extra 4. Okay, extra 6, yeah, seen that one. Extra 7, that's the one we're just in. Right, no, that's what it is. Extra 5 is missing. That was the problem. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6, 7. So where could 5 be? Because we can't turn Barber into a level because the level words are stuck on the bottom and the Barber word is stuck at the top. We've already tried rock, we've turned water into a level. And we can't turn dust into a level either because likewise the words are stuck on the opposite ends. Suppose... I mean, I could do dust as a rock, but that doesn't really do anything for us. Because now we just have extra rocks lying around. But of course now I can't turn these rocks into levels because once again the words are stuck. where could extra 5 be? And I think one thing also tested is if you like turn the water into a rock and then go onto that, it's the same level, so it's not bound what type of object it is, but what specific instance it is. Which means that if 5 is missing, it has to be something that is unique in this world. So it can't be the dust because there's so many of them. So if we do rock is water, it's still just the same level if I can get there some way. There's got to be a better way. Good fuck. Right, also water sinks, so water is, where's the end? Nope, please stay on there. So yeah, it's still 6 and 7. So what could 5 even end up being? Do I want to? Okay. If you're looking around for this one for a long time, please stop. Extra 5 is extremely easy to find after you do something else. Go on to the next page and come back later and you will see what I mean. Okay, so is this something we have to do in there first? I almost think it is. So maybe we should actually go there then. Das ist Rock. God damn it. Okay, so maybe let's see. We need a skull, and I believe there are skulls in this level in cleaning service. Right. So we need to turn a level into a skull. Problem is, of course, that all the skull words are stuck against walls. And there doesn't seem to be anything we can do about the wall is stop. Also to remember how any of this worked. Okay, but maybe... Should we try Bottleneck again? Just, I mean... Stream isn't going to go on for much longer anyway, so maybe that would be a good showstopper. Right, stuck in there. Right, there. Okay, I have to remember I can also get there from this map. Don't have to do a whole rigmarole with the rocks. Well, let's take a short break here, and then after that, maybe we can solve Bottleneck this time. Fingers crossed. we're back. Let's see, maybe now finally 1 year later we'll be able to solve that level. It really has been a year, hasn't it? Like, I think feeling like time keeps slipping by faster and faster is just a normal experience when getting older, but there's really nothing to a year anymore, and I'm only 28. How much faster is this going to get? Okay. So, I've already been very close to solving this, but there was I was always one step behind stuff, because the trick to this is as you can see, we have to push the flag as win into place, but after we've passed through here, because otherwise the skull is going to defeat us, which means we need to some way to push something onto that conveyor belt in such a way that we have enough time to make it all the way over here and go through there. So how would we go about doing this? Which means we have to be as close to this little opening as possible, which means we have to push something onto the conveyor belt from this row. If you do it from any high up, it's not going to make a difference for the functionality of the belt, because it's all just one straight belt. But we're going to be farther away from the hole, and thus will take longer to get there. And we can't push anything from this row because there's no belt on this one. Which means we have to somehow push, using empty, we have to push either a star or a rocket onto that belt and then book it in the other direction. Problem is, as soon as we make empty pushable, we can't move pretty much anywhere, because and we've got a bot in chat. I thought now that I've finally removed the new streamer tag, I wouldn't get those anymore, but where's my fucking stream chat? Also, didn't I add the Discord to the banned words? Still waiting for the OBS update that lets me use moderating tools from within OBS. So anyway. So once we make empty pushable, we can't move around anymore, except on stuff that isn't empty. So we somehow have to position these stars strategically so that we can still move around. And I haven't figured out how to do that yet. Because the problem is, we have to complete the empty as push statement such that we are then in a spot where we can push the rocket left but also go right to go towards the opening. So let me would be something like this. Now empty is pushed, so if you go left, it will push the rocket onto the belt and then it will do that for us. So we have only that much time to go over there. And as you can see, I'm exactly one step behind. One step too slow. Problem is we can't get any closer to this hole vertically because there's no belt down here. If we put anything down here, it's not going to do anything. But we also can't go any closer to it horizontally, because the last movement we do has to be a leftwards motion so we can push the rocket onto the belt. Which means we are automatically one square to the right, no matter what we do. No matter how we set this up, we have to move left before we can go right, because else the rocket isn't going to move. And I just don't know how to do that. And it doesn't matter how we set this up, because we always have that leftwards motion we have to do as the final step. Wait, if I don't push this... Oh, sorted. Well, guess waiting that entire year to try this level again paid off. I actually did it. And that's a rocket ship completed. Also, I forgot to turn my fan back on. Okay. Now that we've done it, I have to try the mouse wheel again. Like, we solved every other level in the overworld. It can't be that difficult. It's only level 4 of its area. Like, this stream will not end until I've done this level. Mark my words. My famous last words, probably. Okay. We need a flag, which means we need to put the rock and the key on the same square. Problem is, the only way we can move the key is by swapping. We can't make it push under any circumstances. And the only objects we have at our disposal are a bed, which can also be made pushable, and the rock itself, which can be made not pushable. So we somehow need to, and because the rock is pushable, or rather because the rock can't be anything else, we can't move it out of here unless we somehow get on the other side, and I don't think there is a way. So we have to take the key in there somehow by only swapping it. But I need the bed, so we can even get it out of there. If we push bed in there, then we can get the key and very slowly move it down here. Now we already, it's a first complication, but I don't remember how. I think we need a piece of text to get it in there, but I'm not sure. Yeah. See what I mean? This level is... It's very frustrating. Wait, I think I need to put some piece of text in there and then swap that and that. Okay, yep. Okay. Now next exercise, how do we get the key in there? Guess we could arrive with a piece of text again. No, not there. God, this is... You go down there for a bit. No, it can't actually yet. Like I have to put the key in there first, and then, but if I can do that. Oh, I hate this mouse sword. I hate the mouse sword. Okay, let's. Like once the bat is in there, I don't think there's any way we can get it out. Okay. Alright, okay. We can do that. We can still make rock push if need arises. Maybe we actually do want to do that. Because if we form rock as push in there, we can form this statement while moving up. I think I should put the bed in there first. Do I? That's... Well, let's try with just the rock as push. Because then we can push the rock out of there. But because the key is swap, can't really get them on the same square together, and now that rock is pushes in there, we can't undo it anymore. So rock is going to stay push. But what if talks about batch? Let me think this through. Actually, let's get a rock off the wall there so we can move it around more freely. Let's get it out of it. We can always push it back in if you want. If you put the word... But does that even do anything? I'm so confused. Wait, if you push the word and then... Oh. I did it. What's going on today? I really should be streaming this more often because... Oh, that's not how this goes when I'm playing it on my own time. Okay, we've done the entire overworld. Which means there are only 3 things left to do. Which is finding where the 5th bonus level is in here. Come down here, Baba, I need you. I can do this, I can do this. Okay. Second thing is trying to turn this level into a skull. And the third thing is I don't want to go here. Because apparently I haven't done it before. I thought I did, doing the water bonus level in this area. Because okay, let me just test this real quick, just so I can. But if I turn a rock into a level, it's grayed out or it's darker, like I've already done it. Yeah, see, it's still brighter, so I haven't actually solved this one. I thought I did. So maybe the last thing we do for today is see whether we can make any progress on this one, which involves putting a barber and a wall and a text and another barber and a rock and a flag on the same square. So we need to make barbers first and foremost. Okay, let's see. Wall is stop. Okay. We can shift, we can push. I could have sworn I'd already solved this one, but okay. Okay, flag is stationary. I mean, we can easily get a rock on top of a flag. Same for a wall. Text is going to be more complicated because, of course, text is always pushable. And barber is going to be more complicated because we can't move into spaces that are solid. So we have to perhaps create barber on that spot. Rather than moving there. Of course, we also need a text piece that goes there. I mean, we have shift, so we can move stuff around. That's not a problem. Let's get ourselves a second barber real quick. I guess multiple. Alright, wall is stopped. We have to push the wall onto the rock and not the other way around. And then, well, I guess we could, yeah, we can turn the wall into barber and keep the rock around if we need it. Nope. And in theory we could make more barbers this way as long as we have walls left over. I suppose it's nothing speaking against us putting two barbers on top of each other, so we have the barber and barber condition already settled, no matter what else happens. Okay, so let's push some walls around. Yeah. And I'm thinking this is going to involve using the walls as conveyor belts. So we somehow need to shift both Barber and a piece of text onto that square at the same time. And the wall, of course, as well. And the wall has to be shifted because it's stop. Okay, let's think about this. Next something like this, perhaps. So now they all face left. So in theory, if the wall is shift, then right. Right, we need to. We can't push stuff on the walls. We need to push the walls where we need onto the objects we want to move. So let's get these out of here again. Okay, so we don't need. I guess we don't need the Barber keyword, so we could use that for example. But how do we get it? Right, okay, we can just push it on there, okay. But the problem is we can't then push anything. Okay, so the Barber keyword has to go on there at the same time as the other stuff is being pushed on there. Oh god, this is... Yeah, but starting to believe I really didn't solve this. And I just gave up. But I feel like as far as I remember, I got very close, or at least somewhat close. I suppose you could already park some Barbers on here in advance, but of course they're going to be moving around, so we have to be careful about that. Okay. The basic chain of events would be we put something we want to push there. And then we have to make sure that they're facing in the right direction. Right, they now face left, so now if we make all this shift, it's going to move the rock onto that space, which we don't need because we already have a rock there, but you know. Right, but that means we... Right, as long as the wall isn't pushed, we can... Like, we could build a conveyor belt that puts the Barber word onto the flag. Maybe... invert it or something. In theory, you know, if you do wall is nothing, then you could put the Barber word on the... No, because wall is stop. Right, I'm an idiot. So a piece of wall and a piece of text have to move onto that space at the same time. And now I remember why I couldn't get this to work. But this also means we can't... Yeah, we can't use the walls as conveyor belts. It would have to be the rocks, right? Because they're not solid. So we have to make a bunch of more rocks we can use. Right, we also need to make Barbers, that's right. And push these together. Okay, so we need to make rocks. I guess the easiest way. Is there an easy way? I guess if we make more barbers and don't have them stacked up in the same place, we can then do a wall on barber as a rock. Okay, let's... That's almost an English sentence. And then let me think. Let's get these barbers out of the way. Actually, do that, then that. Like that, okay. Then we can make a bunch of rocks. Okay, that wall is stuck. Not what I wanted. And also I shouldn't do this at the wall at the bottom because then we can't move them anywhere. So I should use the hedge for that. Oh dear. Maybe it is too late. What is I? We've been going for 4 hours already. It was supposed to be a short stream. Yeah, wall is push. Shift key right after. Nope. Okay, let's hope that's all the rocks we're going to need, because I don't want to make any more of those. Okay, so... And I think at this point it doesn't matter anymore that we have barbers on two different... I'm going to keep them around just in case. Okay, rocks. Let's experiment a bit. Because now that we have those, we can... Now we push in this direction, they're all facing left. So if we undo that. And instead... Yeah, okay. Then they're going to push stuff onto the flag. Now let's consider the logistics of that. We need a text and we need a wall. Those are the things we can't push onto there, and they both need to arrive at the same time. We also need a rock itself on the flag. It's also going to push, so let's... Let's push these against the wall just so they can't go anywhere, and then when we do shift, then the flag is stuck against there. Maybe we'll even end up putting it in the corner up there if needed. Okay. That's a flag and the rock in the same place. Barber we can move manually there. We can even park some in advance. Now text and wall. Let's use the barber text, why not? How do we do that? Because we can't, if we, let's say, build a second conveyor belt that goes vertically here, we can't push both the wall and the text onto the conveyor simultaneously, because we can only move in one direction, so one of them is always going to be further away. We can't put text and wall on the same square together and do a little ice lava trick because they're both solid and there's nothing we can do about that. We could, in theory, build 2 conveyor belts that have different lengths so that we can push one object onto one of them and then the other onto the other, and they still both arrive at the same time. Are 8 rocks going to be enough for that, or get 7 rocks because one has to stay on the flag? Because I don't want to make any more rocks. Of course, I guess 2 conveyor belts, and then we have to both push them in. If we both push them in the same direction, that's... Yeah, then there has to be twists and turns in there, and I don't want to do that, especially not with rocks where I can't actually see which direction they face. I just had to memorize it. Okay, let's get these other 2 rocks we can actually do something with out of here. Say we do... this. So now a piece of text would go up. Okay. Nope, not what I wanted. Actually, I guess these should... that. Then if we do it like that, then we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We then get this one. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So in theory, if you can push something on the right conveyor belt and then 1 frame later on the left, they should both arrive at the same time. Can we do that? Let's make a wall pushable. Get in there. Still trying to preserve the barbers. Because I also have to remember at the end I have to get a barber in there as well. 2 barbers. Wall is pushed slowly. Let's put a rock on there, wall on there. No, wait, no, don't put it on there. Put it here. I think I actually set it up the wrong way around. Oh. Because yeah, I need to push the wall first. Then the words. Okay, so okay. Please, please, please. I'm in hell. I'm actually in hell. Let's just okay. Let's get the barber word. I need the barber word. Okay. So let's put that there. Wall is push. Rock is shift. I'm just going to combine these two while I'm messing around. It's a bit too annoying. Okay. No, I did it wrong. It has to be there. Can do that. Okay, and they both arrive at the same time. Which means I just need to get two. Fuck, I need to make another power. I'm a moron. Because I need two barbers to already be on there, and then a third to actually push the objects around. Okay, let's get the wall out of there. Let's get the barber out of there. Wall on rocks barber. Barber. Another barber, let's make a bunch. Because, I mean, we only need one wall left over. I'm going to leave it to 2 for safety. Okay. Now I have 2 stacks of barbers with multiple and some that are alone. Okay, let's... No, not like that. Now moving around in here is... Guess I could use this wall to align myself. I just need one to be pushable. Okay, let's sketch. No, that was completely pointless. Okay, this is a wall that's going to be pushed onto there. I need... to get a barber keyword. Push it there. Then the last piece of wall we have left over goes there. Let's shift out of the way. Okay. Okay. I can do this. Okay, that's also okay. All I need is 2 stacks of barbers. Separate stacks of barbers. Okay. Wall. Got to move this out of the way so I can work with it then. Don't need the on anymore. I'm gonna stay with there. I need the rock. Because the rock needs to be shifted. And the wall needs to be pushed. Okay, now I just need to position that other Barber stack so that I can get to where I need to go in time. Okay, actually, let's get rid of all of this. Okay. Okay, let's. Okay, this should be workable. Okay, wall is push. Moment of truth. Ha! Phew. Now I can actually get off here in theory. Okay. That was a lot. But I think that's going to be it for today. 1 year of streaming. You know, I actually feel like playing Peglin again as well. I don't think I've touched it since September. But anyway, yeah. Whew. I'll see whether I can add in Bauer's Hue every now and then. You know, I do have a lot of games I want to get through, and I kind of want to prioritize those, but maybe we can do a Bauer's Hue every now and then. It doesn't have to be once a year. Okay. That was my anniversary stream. To another year of mispronouncing dental fricatives. Quoting other Let's Players. And failing at Ace Attorney parodies. Let's find someone to write out to. Let's see who's online. Ooh, Mama Maya's online. Lam is playing in Fantasy. Marius as well, alright, there was no new update out. Lemon was playing Splatoon Raiders, man. You know what? The first person I ever raided was Lemondingo, so why don't we do that again? Oh, this It's all working out beautifully. So, as always, thanks for watching, thanks for being here for an entire year. I'll see you next time for Shoot an Order. And yeah, bye. Feel very smart now.